古人相信，睡眠是一场仪式。闭上眼睛，呼吸放慢，就是在跟白天告别。今晚，我陪你完成这场告别。
The eyelids have already fallen closed, and beneath them everything is dark, soft, without edges. Somewhere far off, a sound is moving toward you. Not sharp, not sudden, just a low presence gathering shape in the quiet. It might be footsteps. Slow ones, deliberate ones, the kind that know exactly where they are going, even in the dark. You do not need to open your eyes to sense the courtyard forming around you. Stone underfoot, worn smooth by centuries of feet that came before these ones. Mist lying low across the ground, the way it lies over rivers before the sun has decided whether to rise. The air is cool against whatever part of your skin is still uncovered, and it carries a scent you almost recognize. Wet stone, old wood, the faint mineral breath of a mountain spring somewhere just out of sight. Your body has already begun to soften into whatever is holding it. The mattress or the chair or the folded blanket, and you can feel the weight of your own limbs settling deeper, the way silt settles at the bottom of still water. There is no need to move. There is nowhere further to go tonight than here. In this courtyard, two men are walking, and their footsteps make two different sounds against the stone. One set is quick, eager, the sound of someone who has been waiting a long time for this particular morning to arrive. The other set is slower, unhurried, almost indifferent to where it is going, as if the walking itself were the entire point, and the destination barely mattered. The eager one is younger. You can feel that in the rhythm of his steps, the way they land a little too firmly, a little too fast, betraying something like excitement held just beneath the surface of his calm. He is bringing someone, a guest, a man whose name is spoken in the towns and villages the way people speak of weather that might change everything, with a kind of hush, a kind of care, because to speak too loudly of him seems to invite his attention, and his attention is a serious thing. This visitor is known for something rare. He can look at a face, just a face, nothing more, no words exchanged, no questions asked, and read from it the whole shape of a life still waiting to happen. The month a person will fall ill, the season a person will die, the exact turning point where fortune bends toward ruin or unfolds toward some small late happiness. People say his eyes move across a face the way a river moves across stone, finding every crack, every soft place, every fracture line that will someday widen into the ending. They say he has never once been wrong. Notice how your own breathing has already slowed to match the pace of the story arriving around you, in and out, unhurried, asking nothing of you but to keep breathing exactly as you already are. Notice the weight of your eyelids, how they have stopped being something you hold closed and have become, instead, something that is simply closed effortlessly, the way a door settles into its frame at the end of a long day. You do not have to follow every word. You only have to let the sound move through you, the way mist moves through a courtyard without needing permission from the stones. The mist here is thick this morning, thick enough that the two walking figures seem to appear and disappear as they cross the open space, now visible, now folded back into the pale gray air. Beyond them, dim shapes suggest a low building with a curved roofline tiled in gray, the tiles themselves soft with moss along their northern edges where the sun rarely reaches. A single lantern burns somewhere near the doorway, though at this hour, with the sky only just beginning to pale toward morning, its flame seems almost unnecessary, a small stubborn point of orange in all that grayness. The younger man, the eager one, has spoken of this visit for what feels like a long while now, in the way that students speak of the teachers they admire, full of small stories and half-remembered wonders. He has told his own teacher, more than once, of the visiting shaman's gift. He has described, with something close to reverence, the way this man once looked at a farmer's face in a crowded market and told him, quietly, the exact day illness would come for him, and the illness came, and it came on that very day. He has spoken of villages that empty out when word arrives that the shaman is passing through, everyone hoping for a glance, a reading, some small certainty pressed into the uncertain clay of their lives. To know one's death in advance, they say, is its own kind of peace. To know one's fortune is to stop asking the question that keeps so many people awake at night, staring into darkness, wondering what is coming for them. This morning, the younger man has finally arranged what he has wanted for so long, a meeting between the famous shaman and his own quiet teacher, the old man who lives in the far room past the courtyard, who rarely speaks of himself, who has never once, as far as anyone can recall, told a single person their fortune. The old teacher is waiting somewhere just beyond the mist, unseen for now, patient in the way that stone is patient, in the way that mountains do not hurry toward evening, even as the light begins to fail around them. You can sense him there without seeing him, the way you can sense behind closed eyes that morning has not yet come, that there is still a long stretch of dark and quiet ahead of you, plenty of time, no need to rush toward anything. The two figures cross the last stretch of courtyard, their footsteps growing softer as the mist folds in closer around them. Somewhere a bird makes a single low call and falls silent again, as if even the birds here understand that something is about to be witnessed that should not be interrupted. The lantern flame trembles once in a breath of air that comes from nowhere in particular and settles again into stillness. And here, at the threshold of a doorway you cannot quite make out through the gray, the eager young man slows his steps at last, and the famous shaman beside him slows to match him, and for one long moment neither of them moves at all, standing together at the edge of something neither of them yet understands they are about to lose. Your own body, wherever it is resting right now, has grown heavier in just this same way, settling, slowing, arriving at its own kind of threshold between waking and whatever comes after waking. There is no need to cross it quickly. The mist will still be here. The courtyard will still be here. The old teacher, unseen and unhurried, will still be waiting in the room beyond, exactly as he has been waiting all along, for exactly this kind of morning, for exactly this kind of hush. The old teacher's name was Huzi, and before this morning, before this particular hush, he had already spent many years being something other than famous. He did not travel between towns the way the shaman did. He did not stand in marketplaces reading the tilt of a stranger's chin, the color beneath a stranger's eyes, the small tremor at the corner of a stranger's mouth that other men called nothing and he called an ending. Huzi stayed where he was. He kept a small room. He kept his own counsel. The young man beside the shaman was named Liezi, and Liezi had come to Huzi the way water comes to a low place, not chosen exactly, but drawn, the way a person is drawn toward whatever will hold them. He had wanted once to be taught the way the shaman taught. He had wanted the kind of sight that could look at a face and read the whole of a life inside it, the years remaining, the manner of the ending, the exact turning where the road of someone's days would simply stop. This is the sight the shaman Jishan was famous for, and Liezi had seen it, or believed he had seen it, more than once. A man would be told the month of his death, and the month would arrive, and the man would be gone. A woman would be told which illness would take her, and no other illness ever did. The text that carries this story does not linger on how such predictions were received in the towns where Jishan walked. It is easy enough to notice this without being told. A person who can be looked at and read in this way, read down to the last page, feels something enter the room that was not there before. Some called it terror, some called it relief, the strange relief of a fate finally spoken aloud, no longer hidden behind the ribs. Liezi had felt something closer to worship. You do not need to remember any of this the way a scholar would remember it, holding names and dates in careful rows. Let it drift through you instead, the way smoke drifts through an open window, present for a moment and then gone, leaving only a faint smell of something that was once burning. Notice the weight of your own eyelids now, resting closed, untroubled by any need to open again soon. Notice that no one is looking at your face tonight to read anything at all. There is nothing being read. There is only the dark holding you the way it holds everything else that has stopped needing to be seen. Liezi went home from the marketplace one day and told his teacher what he had witnessed. He spoke of Jishan's sight the way a person speaks of a thing that has frightened and delighted them in equal measure, the words coming faster than they usually did, his voice not quite steady. He said that Jishan's readings were exact, not close, not likely, but exact, and that he had never known knowledge to move through the world with such certainty, cutting cleanly through everything that other people called maybe. Huzi listened the way he listened to most things, without hurry, without needing to answer right away. The text records that his response when it came was not what Liezi expected. He did not share the wonder. He asked instead what Liezi believed he had actually been shown. This is not a small question, though it is a quiet one, the kind of question that can be asked in an ordinary tone and still take years to answer. Huzi wanted to know whether Liezi understood the difference between what a face reveals and what a person is, whether reading the surface of a thing is the same as knowing its depth, whether a man who can name the day of your death has therefore looked into you, or has only looked at you, at the outer weather of your body, the visible signs, the shape a life makes when it is passing through its final season, the way frost makes a shape on a window without ever touching what is warm inside the house. Liezi did not have an answer. He had only his admiration, and his admiration, Huzi seemed to suggest, without quite saying it, was itself a kind of blindness, a way of mistaking a very good reading of the surface for a true seeing of what lay beneath. This is the tension the rest of this story rests upon, and you do not need to hold it tightly. You can let it rest, the way a stone rests at the bottom of still water, visible if you look, but not needing to be lifted, not needing to be carried anywhere. Something can be seen, a face, a symptom, a tremor, a stillness, and still not be known. This is one of the oldest observations in this whole tradition of watching and reading faces, and it is patient enough to wait for you, even if you fall asleep before reaching its end. Liezi told Liezi something else that day, something the old records preserve almost exactly as it was spoken. He said that what the shaman had learned was only the outer bark of the craft, not its root. He said there was a difference between reading the weather on a person's face and understanding the whole sky that produces that weather, the sky being invisible, being everywhere at once, being far larger than anything a single glance could take in. And then, in the plain and unhurried way that seems to have been his manner in most things, Liezi said that he would show Liezi what he meant. Not through a lecture, not through argument. He would let the shaman come, and he would let the shaman look at him, and Liezi could watch and decide for himself what a true reading required. This is the invitation that leads to the courtyard where you already found yourself a little while ago. The gray morning, the mist low across the stones, the young man slowing his steps at the threshold, the famous shaman slowing beside him. You are still there in some sense, even now, even as the story widens around you. The moment has not passed. It is only being described more fully, the way a single breath can be described in many different ways without ever becoming more than one breath. Feel the place where your shoulders meet the surface beneath you. Feel how they have already surrendered some of their weight to whatever is holding them, a mattress, a cushion, the simple, honest pull of the earth. There is no reading required of you tonight. No shaman studies your face while you rest. Whatever your face is doing in this darkness belongs only to you, unwitnessed, uncounted, safe in the way that things become safe once no one is trying to name them. Liezi, in the old telling, wanted very badly for his teacher to be right. He also, in the quieter chambers of his heart, wanted the shaman to be right, wanted the marvelous, exact, terrible sight of Jishian to be the deepest kind of knowing there was, because a world with a sight like that in it is a world that can be measured, predicted, held at a safe and knowable distance. But Liezi was offering something else. He was offering the possibility that the deepest things do not announce themselves on the surface at all, that a face can be entirely still and yet be dying, or entirely still and yet be nowhere near its ending, and that the difference between these two stillnesses cannot be read the way weather is read, because it does not live on the skin. It lives somewhere the shaman's eyes, however sharp, were never trained to reach. This is why the meeting in the courtyard matters more than it first appears to. It is not a contest between two men. It is a demonstration of a difference. The difference between what is visible and what is true, between what changes on a face like weather across a field and what remains underneath, unmoved by any weather at all. You do not need to resolve this difference tonight. You do not need to resolve anything tonight. Let the courtyard hold its mist a while longer. Let the old teacher wait in the room beyond, patient the way stone is patient, patient the way a mountain is patient with the small clouds that pass across its face without ever touching what it actually is underneath. Somewhere in the gray light, a young man is still slowing his steps, still carrying his admiration like something warm cupped in both hands, not yet knowing that his teacher is about to open that admiration gently, the way a person opens a closed hand, only to show him that what he has been holding was never quite what he thought it was. The shaman beside him does not know this yet either. Neither of them has crossed the threshold. Neither of them needs to, not yet. There will be time. There is always more time in this kind of morning than it first appears to have. the same slow abundance of time that a body finds once it stops insisting on staying awake, once it lets the mist come in through the doorway of its own thoughts and settle there, unhurried, the way mist settles everywhere it is welcome. Now the mist begins to shift, very slightly, the way it does when a door somewhere inside a house opens without sound. Huzi has not moved from his place. He sits as he has been sitting, hands loose in his lap, breath so quiet it seems borrowed from the room rather than from his own chest. But something in him is preparing, not the way a person prepares for a journey, gathering, packing, deciding, something slower than that, something closer to the way a mountain prepares for winter, which is to say it does nothing at all, and yet everything about it changes. The text that carries this story down through the century says only that Huzi told Liezi to bring the shaman again. It does not say what passed through Huzi's mind in the space before that. It does not need to. Some silences are complete in themselves. The particular quality of a room where someone is about to be seen, not performed for, seen. There's a difference, and the difference sits in the air like a held breath that hasn't decided yet whether it will become a sigh. Liezi enters first, as a student enters before his teacher, the door parting for him, the way water parts for a hand moving through it slowly. Ji Xian follows, still certain, still carrying that same confidence he wore across the courtyard, the confidence of a man who has read 1,000 faces and found in each one an answer waiting to be spoken. The shaman's eyes, we're told, missed nothing. This was, after all, the whole of his gift. Where an ordinary person sees a face and reads only weather, tired, glad, afraid, Ji Xian saw underneath the weather, into the season itself, into the season still to come. He could look at a stranger and speak of the stranger's death the way another man might speak of tomorrow's rain, plainly, without doubt, as a fact already written, and only waiting for its hour to arrive. This is what he came to do again, not out of cruelty, not even out of pride, exactly, though pride was surely folded somewhere into it, the way pride folds itself into every gift that has never once failed. He came because he believed entirely that faces could not lie to him. And here's where the old text turns quiet in a way that asks the listener to lean in, though no one in the room is leaning toward anything. Everyone is very still. Huzi is preparing to show his face. Not simply the face he wears each morning, the one that greets Liezi with a nod, that eats rice in silence, that ages the way any face ages, slowly, without complaint. Something else. Something the text calls a countenance, a shown thing, as though a face were not simply what a person has, but what a person in certain rare moments chooses to reveal. Notice, if it helps, that your own face right now is doing something similar, without any effort of your own. It has softened somewhere in the last few minutes, without you deciding it should. The muscles around the eyes have released whatever they were holding. This is not a performance. It's simply what happens when a body stops needing to be looked at and starts instead to rest. Huzi will show 4 such countenances to the shaman, one after another, across 4 visits, and each one will carry the shaman further from certainty than the last. This is the shape the whole story takes, and it is worth holding gently in the mind now, before the details arrive, the way one might hold the outline of a mountain range before the mist clears enough to show its actual stones. 4 faces, 4 depths, each one further down than the one before. The first will be called earthly and patterned, still as unbroken ground, a face with no motion, no interior weather stirring, a stillness so complete that the shaman looking at it will see only what he expects to see, an ending, a going out, a body preparing to leave. The second will not be still at all. Some thin thread of movement will show itself beneath the surface, breath rising through the deep floor of the body the way warmth rises through soil in the first hour after a long frost, and the shaman, confused, will not know whether to call it dying or living, because it will look briefly like both. The third will surpass those first two categories entirely, not still, not moving, not any single thing a trained eye could name, but something vast and level and impossible to take the measure of, a face like water, so deep that no depth can be called out from its surface, and the shaman will stand before it and feel for the first time in his practiced life that his craft has no words for what he is looking at. And the fourth will not be a face the shaman can find at all. We will come to each of these in its own time, slowly, the way the mist over Kunlun moves across a mountainside, only when the mountain allows it, never faster, never in any hurry to arrive at the far ridge. But it helps, even now, before the first face is shown, to hold the whole shape of the descent in the body, rather than only in the mind. Still, then moving, then vast beyond naming, then gone. 4 steps down into a depth that does not end in darkness so much as it ends in the absence of anything left to be seen. This is not unlike what happens to a person drifting towards sleep, though the old text was not written with sleep in mind, at least not the sleep we mean when we speak of a night's rest. And yet the shape is the same shape. First the body goes still, quiet as earth, unmoving in the way a field is unmoving under new snow. Then some thin current of breath continues underneath that stillness, faint, easy to miss, proof only that something is alive down there, doing its slow work in the dark. Then a wider hush settles, a hush too even to be called stillness and too soft to be called motion, something that balances every opposite so completely that no single word can hold it. And then at the very last, awareness itself softens past the point where it can find itself, and whatever was watching is simply no longer watching, having gone somewhere too deep for even sleep to follow. You do not need to hold on to that shape too tightly. It will come back later, slower each time, the way the same hill returns on a long walk home, always a little more familiar, always a little easier to climb. For now, only this. Huzi is preparing to offer the first of his 4 faces. The shaman waits in the doorway, sure of his craft, certain that whatever he is about to see he will know how to read it, the way he has read every face that has ever been placed before him. Liezi waits beside him, still holding that warm cupped thing in his hands, not yet knowing it is about to open. And the room holds its own particular quiet, the quiet before something turns. The old text does not rush toward this moment, and neither will we. There is a kind of respect in taking one's time with a thing that has waited 2,000 years to be told again. The morning outside has not shifted much. The mist over the stones remains exactly as thick as it was, exactly as unwilling to reveal the far wall of the courtyard. Somewhere in that mist a bell hangs untouched, its bronze mouth silent, waiting the way old bronze waits, without a patience, without any sense that waiting is itself a kind of labor. You too do not need to hurry toward whatever is coming. The 4 faces will arrive one at a time, each one asking a little less of you than the last, each one settling you a little further down into the same stillness Huzi is even now preparing to show. Your own breath, right now, is already doing what the second face will only later describe, moving quietly beneath a body that is mostly gone still, rising and falling in a rhythm so familiar, you no longer have to think it into being. That's enough for now. That's already most of the way there. Huzi rises from his seat slowly, the way old wood settles, rather than the way a man stands. He turns his face toward the doorway, toward Liezi, toward the shaman waiting just beyond the threshold with his sure eyes and his long practice of reading what other men could not see. And somewhere beneath the mist, beneath the bronze bell, beneath the whole quiet architecture of that morning courtyard, the old story leans forward just slightly, the way a story does when it is finally ready to be told, not loudly, not quickly, but with the patience of something that has always known it had all the time it needed. The shaman steps into the room the way water steps around a stone, without hesitation, without waste of motion. He has done this 1,000 times before. He looks at faces the way other men look at weather, reading what is coming long before it arrives. Huzi sits. He does not arrange himself, does not compose an expression, does not do any of the small things a person does when they know they are about to be seen. He simply sits, the way a stone sits on a hillside, the way it has sat for so long that it no longer remembers a time before its own stillness. The text calls this face Du-de-ji, blocked virtue, the pattern of earth. Not because the earth lacks power. The earth beneath the courtyard holds up mountains, carries rivers in its folds, keeps the roots of cedar trees in a grip that does not loosen for centuries. But none of that shows on the surface. Walk across a field in early winter, and the ground gives you nothing. No tremor to tell you what moves beneath it. No sign of the deep water, the buried stone, the long, slow turning of the seasons inside the soil. That is the face Huzi wears now, not empty, only unreadable in the way that the deepest things are always unreadable from above. You know this stillness, though you may not have a name for it. Notice the weight of your own body right now, settled into whatever is holding you, the mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket beneath your shoulders. Notice how little of you is moving. Your chest still rises, still falls, but so slowly now that if someone were watching from across the room, they might wonder whether you were sleeping already, or only close to it, or something in between that has no clean name. That in-between is close to what Huzi is showing, not death, not even sleep, not yet, something that looks from the outside almost exactly like both. Ji Xian leans forward slightly, the way a person leans toward a fire that has stopped crackling, trying to tell whether it has gone out or only gone quiet. He has read 10,000 faces in his years of practice. He knows the small twitch at the corner of an eye that means fear. He knows the fake color rising in a cheek that means shame or love or the coming of a fever. He knows how to find the thread of a person's fate stitched somewhere into the muscles around their mouth. But here in Huzi's face there is no thread. There is no muscle giving anything away. There is only the pattern of earth, the shape of something that has stopped announcing itself, stopped performing its own aliveness for the benefit of a watcher. The text says he was Buzhen Budong, not trembling, not moving. 2 words, and then 2 more laid down like stones at the edge of a still pond. Not trembling, not moving. As if the writer knew that one phrase alone would not be enough to hold the listener in this stillness, and so offered a second, gentler than the first, in case the first had passed too quickly to be felt. You can let that happen to your own hands now, if they are not already there. feel where they rest, on the blanket, at your sides, folded loosely somewhere you no longer need to check. There is no need to hold them still on purpose. They are already becoming Huzi's face without your help, already settling into the pattern of earth, the small tremors of the day, already draining out of the fingers like water, leaving a lowland field after the rains have passed. Jishan steps back from the doorway. Something in his own face has changed, though he does not know it yet. The confidence that walked him into the courtyard has gone slightly uneven, the way a man's steps go uneven on ground that turns out to be softer than he expected. He has seen dying men before. He has sat with them in their final hours, has watched the particular way life leaves a face, not suddenly, usually, but in stages, the color going first, then the small movements, then finally the breath itself slowing until it simply does not begin again. He knows that pattern the way a woodcutter knows the sound of a tree about to fall. And so when he looks at Huzi, at this face without tremor, without any of the small restless proofs of being alive, he reaches for the only pattern he has that matches it. He believes he is looking at a dying man, not a man resting, not a man deep in some inward work that has nothing to do with death at all. A man on the very edge of the last stillness, the stillness that does not rise again. This is the misreading, and it is worth dwelling on because it is not a foolish one. It is in fact the most natural reading in the world. We are taught most of our lives to equate stillness with ending. A still pond is a pond with nothing happening in it. A still house is an empty house. A still face in a person we love is the face we fear most, because so often stillness is what a face becomes right before it becomes nothing at all. But there is another kind of stillness, older and quieter than that one, that has nothing to do with ending. It is the stillness of a seed before it has decided to open, the stillness of the deepest part of a river, far beneath the moving surface, where the water barely stirs though the whole river is, in its own way, alive and going somewhere. It is the stillness of your own body right now, in this very room, in this very dark, not dying, not fading, but simply so deeply at rest that the difference between rest and its opposite has, for the moment, become difficult to find. Huzi knows this difference. That is why he can wear the face without fear, the way a mountain wears the snow that will melt again in its own season, without needing to explain itself to anyone standing at its base. Jishan, for all his years of reading faces, does not yet know it. He sees only the surface, and reads only what the surface tells him, and the surface, Dude-ji, the pattern of earth, tells him only that something here has stopped moving. He cannot see what is folded beneath it. He cannot see the deep water still going somewhere, slow and unhurried, the way water goes when it has stopped needing anyone to notice its motion. That is enough for a first face. Not the whole truth, only the first layer of it, still as earth, silent as a held breath, misread by even the surest eyes in the room. You do not have to solve anything about this. You do not have to decide right now whether you are still or moving, whether you are sinking down towards sleep or only resting on its surface. You can simply let your body keep doing what it is already doing. The slow settle of shoulders, the soft weight of eyelids, the long unhurried rhythm of breath that no longer asks for your attention. Somewhere in the story, Jishan turns to leave the courtyard, unsettled by what he could not read. He will come back. The tale is not finished with him yet. But for now, the first face rests, still as earth, silent as the deep ground beneath a field in winter, holding everything, showing nothing, patient in a way that has nothing to do with dying at all. The bronze bell somewhere near the gate does not ring. The mist has not lifted from the low places in the courtyard. Huzi sits exactly as he sat before, his stillness unchanged by being seen, unchanged by being misunderstood, unchanged by anything at all, because that is the nature of this first descent, the one closest to the surface, and yet already so deep that the surest eyes in the room could not find their way to the bottom of it. You are closer to that stillness now than you were when this chapter began. Let the weight in your limbs keep sinking, slow and unhurried, the way a stone settles into soft ground after a long fall. There is nothing else to do here. Only this. The pattern of earth, held gently, held without fear, held the way a field holds its silence, through the whole long night before it wakes again in its own season, in its own unhurried time. The next morning, Liezi brought Jishen back through the same gate, past the same low mist, into the same quiet courtyard where his teacher waited. Nothing about the setting had changed. The stones were the same stones. The light fell the way it always fell, soft and without urgency, the way morning light falls on a place that is never needed to prove anything about itself. But Huzi had changed. The text records this plainly, without ornament, the way old records often set down the largest things in the smallest words. The second showing, called the good from heaven, chi beginning to stir where before there had been only earth. You do not need to understand the phrase to feel its shape. Something that was still is now faintly moving, not moving the way water moves, not moving the way wind moves through the branches of a pine. Something quieter than either of those, something closer to the way warmth spreads through a stone that has been sitting for a long time in sunlight, so slow that no single moment shows you the change, and yet the change is happening. Jishen leaned forward. The commentary describes this leaning as involuntary, the shaman's body responding before his mind had gathered itself. The way anyone leans toward a fire they cannot yet feel, but sense is somewhere near. He had come expecting to confirm what he had seen the day before, the dying thing, the earth pattern, the stillness that reads, to any trained eye, as an ending. He had gone home the previous night, the old commentary tells us, and told Liezi that his master would not live long, that the face he wore was the face of someone already halfway into the ground. Liezi had wept. Now Jishen looked again, expecting to find the confirmation of his own reading, expecting the stillness to have deepened toward its natural end. Instead he found something he did not have a word for. You can rest for a moment on how strange that must have felt for a man whose whole art was made of words for faces, a man who had spent a long life learning to name every expression fate leaves on a person, the way a woodcutter learns the name of every tree in his forest. And here, in front of him, was a face doing something his vocabulary had no shelf for. The old text is careful here, more careful than it is almost anywhere else in the record. It does not say Jishen understood what he was looking at. It says only that he looked, and that something in him lifted, a small, cautious lifting, the kind that comes before hope has decided whether it is safe to call itself hope. This is worth sitting inside for a while, because the shaman's first read was not wrong exactly. It was accurate to what it could see. Blocked virtue, still as earth, no tremor, no motion. That had been true in the moment it was shown, the way a single frame of a river is true, even though the river is always moving past it. What Jishan had mistaken for an ending was in fact a threshold, and thresholds by their nature do not announce which direction a person is about to cross. You are somewhere close to a threshold yourself right now, though there is no need to notice it too closely. The weight of your body has been settling since this listening began, slow and steady, the way sediment settles in still water, long after the water itself has gone quiet on the surface. Somewhere beneath that stillness, though, something is already beginning to shift. Not a return to waking, nothing so sharp as that, but a kind of soft rearrangement, the way a house settles at night, small sounds of wood and stone finding their next position without any drama attached to the finding. Notice, if it is easy to notice, that your breath has changed shape since the last chapter without your having decided anything about it. It has grown longer at the bottom of each inhale, longer at the top of each exhale, as though your body has begun making more room for itself. This is the second phase, not a change you commanded, a change that arrived on its own, the way chi is described in the old text as arriving on its own, beneath a stillness that never asked for it. The shaman, standing in the courtyard, did not know how to read a face like this, because the language of physiognomy he had inherited was built almost entirely around endings. His art existed to tell people when something was going to stop, when a marriage would end, when a fortune would turn, when a life would close. It was, in its way, a grammar of conclusions. And what he found in front of him now used none of that grammar. It was not concluding. It was not beginning either in any way he could point to and name. It was simply moving, the way a small creature moves beneath the surface of a pond on a still morning. You cannot always see the creature, only the very faint disturbance it leaves on the water above it, a ring that widens and then is gone, and then a moment later another ring in a slightly different place. That is closer to what the old commentators mean by chi stirring beneath the second face, not an event, a rippling that has no clear point of origin and no clear point of arrival, and yet is unmistakably alive. You might notice, right now, something similar happening in the muscles along your jaw or behind your eyes or low across your shoulders. A very small loosening that seems to come from nowhere in particular, that you did not instruct and cannot quite locate the source of. This is not a sign that you are more awake. It is closer to the opposite. It is the shape sleep takes on its way in, before it has fully arrived, when the body begins letting go of small held places one at a time, in no order you could predict in advance. Let it happen the way the second face happens, without your supervision. The old text says almost nothing about how Huzi produced this second face. There is no description of effort, no account of preparation, none of the stage breathing or visible concentration a lesser account might have included to make the transformation seem impressive. The record simply moves from the first face to the second, the way a season moves from one part of itself into the next. Winter does not announce the exact hour it begins loosening into spring, and yet one morning the ground underneath the frost has begun, almost imperceptibly, to soften. This is part of what made Jishan's confusion so complete. He had built his entire practice on the assumption that fate could be caught in a fixed expression, held still long enough to be read, the way a name is read off a stone marker. But Huzi's second face refused to hold still for reading. Each time the shaman thought he had found the shape of it, the shape had already shifted very slightly beneath his attention, the way a reflection on moving water never quite gives you the same face twice, however patiently you stare at it. He left the courtyard that day and told Liezi something different from what he had told him the night before. The commentary records his words only loosely, but the substance is this, that his master's illness, whatever it had been, seemed to be lifting, that there was color returning to something that had, the day before, looked entirely without color. Jishan, the record notes almost gently, seemed relieved, almost hopeful, as if some part of him, beneath the professional confidence, had not wanted the first reading to be true. Liezi, listening to this second report, said nothing. He had learned by now not to celebrate too quickly at either report, not the death sentence of the first day, nor the hopeful lifting of the second. He had begun to sense, the way a careful student senses things before he can explain them, that both readings were incomplete in the same way, reaching for a fixed word to describe a face that was built from the very beginning to refuse fixed words. You do not need to hold on to any of these details. They can be allowed to soften now, the way the shaman's confidence was already beginning to soften, without his quite noticing it yet. What matters more, for where you are right now, is the shape of the second face itself, not still, not fully awake, but gently, quietly moving, the way your own breath is moving right now beneath whatever stillness has settled over the rest of you. There is a kind of rest that is not the same as unconsciousness, a state where the body has gone heavy and unresponsive, wanting nothing, holding nothing, and something beneath it is nonetheless faintly, patiently alive, turning over very slowly, the way Qi is described turning over beneath the earth pattern of Huzi's second face. You might already be somewhere close to that state. The weight in your arms and legs may have grown too heavy to want to move. Even if some small part of your mind is still following these words, the way water follows the lowest ground it can find. That is not a contradiction. It is closer to the truth of this whole demonstration. Stillness and motion were never opposites in Huzi's courtyard. They were two faces of the same deepening, the way the surface of a lake can look perfectly still while, somewhere beneath it, currents move on their own unhurried schedule, going where they are going without asking the surface for permission. Let your own currents move like that now, wherever they are moving. There is no need to name them, the way Jishan tried and failed to name what he saw. There is no need to hold them in place, the way a lesser art might try to fix a living thing into a single readable expression. The good from heaven, the second face, was never meant to be caught and kept. It was meant to be felt for a moment and then allowed to pass into whatever came next, the way this sentence is already passing into silence behind it. The courtyard, in the old account, grew quiet again after Jishan left. Huzi is not described as moving or speaking or acknowledging in any way that he had just unsettled the confidence of the most trusted seer in the region. He simply continued sitting the way he had been sitting all along, the Qi beneath his stillness moving on its own quiet schedule, answerable to nothing outside itself, needing no audience to continue being true. You are welcome to rest in that same kind of unwitnessed movement now. Nothing that is happening in your body at this moment needs to be observed, measured, or understood in order to continue happening. The breath will keep moving the way it has been moving. The weight will keep settling the way it has been settling. And somewhere beneath all of that, something in you is beginning to shift toward the next face, the one still waiting quietly in the dark, unhurried, in no rush at all to be seen. When Jishan returned for the third time, he came more carefully. He had learned by now not to trust his first glance. He had learned that Huzi's face could hold more than one truth at once, and that the shaman's own skill, the skill that had made villages fall silent when he walked through them, might not be enough to hold what was about to be shown to him. He sat across from Huzi the way a man sits across from deep water, unsure how far down it goes. And this time when he looked, he found nothing that resembled a pattern at all. The text calls this third face the Great Void, Tai Chong Mo Sheng, and it does not describe it the way it describes the first two faces. There is no earth here to compare it to. There is only a kind of balance so complete that it stops being readable as balance. Not still, not moving, not caught between the two the way a held breath is caught between inhale and exhale. Something else. Something the old language does not quite have a shape for, so it reaches instead for the word Chong, a word that can mean deep water, or the meeting point of two rivers, or the hollow center of a wheel around which everything else is able to turn. You can let your own attention soften around that word for a moment. Not center as in effort. Not center as in control. Center as in the still hollow space at the middle of a wheel, doing nothing, holding everything. The commentators who studied this passage for centuries kept circling the same difficulty. They agreed that the first face could be read as death, and the second as the beginning of life, because both of those still belong to the world of opposites. Stillness against movement, ending against beginning. A skilled reader can always find his footing in opposites, because opposites give him two shores to stand between. But the third face offers no shores. It does not lean toward stillness. It does not lean toward motion. It holds both or neither, in a balance so exact that no weight tips it in any direction a human eye could follow. This is why Ji Shen could not read it. Not because it was hidden from him. Nothing here is being deliberately concealed, but because reading requires difference, and this face had folded all its differences into something even and whole. A face like a lake at the exact moment between night and day, when the sky is neither dark nor light, when the water holds both colors and neither, and any bird flying over it would not be able to say what kind of morning it was looking at. Notice, if you're willing, that your own breath does not actually announce whether it is arriving or leaving. There is a point, small and unremarkable, where the inhale finishes and the exhale has not yet begun. And in that point there is no direction at all, only a held wide wordless pause. That pause happens in you dozens of times each hour. It has never once needed you to notice it in order to occur. The shaman, the story tells us, felt something shift in his own legs before his mind had caught up to it. His face lost its composure. Whatever had allowed him all his life to stand steady in front of the dying and the faded, some old confidence built out of years of reading faces correctly, it slipped quietly out from under him, the way footing slips on wet stone. He did not fall, but he no longer trusted the ground, and so, without excusing himself, without explaining, the great shaman Ji Shen rose and walked out of the room. He did not run yet. That comes with the fourth face later, when there is truly nothing left to stand on at all. But something in him had already begun the retreat. He walked quickly. He did not look back at the man sitting so quietly behind him. Liezi, watching this from the doorway, must have felt his own understanding beginning to loosen at its seams. He had spent years believing that his teacher's greatness lay in stillness, and then in the discovery that stillness was not the deepest thing after all, that something moved beneath it. Now even that new understanding was dissolving. If neither stillness nor motion could hold the truth of his teacher's face, then what exactly had he been watching all this time? This is the place in old teaching stories where the ground is meant to give way beneath the listener too. Not with alarm, gently, the way a false floor might give way in a dream, revealing not a fall, but another larger room beneath it, one that was there all along. There is a companion idea from another text of the period, one that describes what it calls the realm of the realized person. 知人之境. It says almost nothing about how such a person moves, or what such a person's face is doing at any given moment. Instead, it says only that such a person has stopped drawing a line between the self and the vast changing world around it, not merged with it in some dramatic dissolving, simply no longer separate enough from it to need naming, the way a single wave stops being a distinct thing once it settles back into the larger body of the sea. The realized person, the text says, moves through gain and loss the way the seasons move through warmth and cold, without either state ever becoming an alarm, without either state ever becoming a triumph. This is close kin to the face Huzi is showing now, not because Huzi has become the sea, but because he has stopped insisting on the boundary between himself and whatever moves through him, the earth quality, the breath quality, and now this deeper equilibrium that has no name at all, because it is not one thing balanced against another, but the disappearance of the very need for two things to balance. You do not have to understand this the way a scholar understands it. You are permitted right now to simply feel the shape of it, settling somewhere low in your chest, unexplained, the way warmth settles into a stone left out in the afternoon sun, without the stone doing anything at all to receive it. Let your shoulders rest a little further into whatever is holding you right now, the bed, the chair, the weight of the blanket across your legs. There is no reading required of you at this hour. No shaman is going to lean over your sleeping face and try to measure how many days remain in it. You are simply allowed tonight to be unreadable, to be a face that balances everything and asks no one to name what that balance is. The old commentaries note something curious about this third showing. They say that where the first face suggested death, and the second suggested a returning kind of life, the third suggested neither, and yet somehow satisfied the shaman less than either of the first two had. A dying man, at least, is a fact one can carry home and speak of. A recovering man is also a fact, a hopeful one even, but a face that is neither dying nor recovering, that holds the full turning wheel of both without settling into one, gives the reader nothing to carry home at all. It offers no story. It offers no verdict. It simply is, complete, closed, whole in itself, the way the deep center of a wheel is complete without ever moving, even while everything around it spins. There's something to notice here about your own body at rest right now in the dark. You are not dying tonight. You are not being reborn tonight, at least not in any way sudden enough to notice. You are doing something closer to this third, quieter thing, resting in a balance the mind cannot quite catch hold of, drifting somewhere between the day that has ended and the day that has not yet begun, belonging fully to neither, and needing to belong to neither in order to be exactly, completely, what you are right now. The shaman walked out into the courtyard, and the text tells us the light there seemed changed to him, though nothing about the actual sun had shifted. This is what happens when a mind loses its grip on the shore it was standing on. The world does not change, but the eyes looking at it can no longer trust what they're seeing, and so everything takes on a strange, tilted unfamiliarity, the way a familiar room looks strange in the half-dark of 3 in the morning, though every object in it remains exactly where it has always been. He did not speak to Liezi on his way out. He did not need to. His whole bearing said what his mouth could not yet form into words, that he had met something his craft had no instrument to measure, and that no measurement was coming. Huzi inside had not moved from his seat. He had shown a face, and let it be seen, or not seen, without needing the shaman's departure to confirm or deny anything about what had passed between them. The great equilibrium did not celebrate having unsettled the great reader of faces. It simply continued being what it was, the way water continues being water, whether or not anyone is standing at its edge, trying to guess its depth. There is one more face to come. The text tells us so, and something in the rhythm of the story tells us so too. 3 faces have been shown, and old teachings so often move in sets of 4, the way the year moves through 4 seasons, the way a breath moves through 4 small stages that we rarely count, but that are always there, underneath, holding the whole cycle together. For now you can let yourself rest in this 3rd place a while longer, not still, not moving, not caught between the 2, tipping first one way and then the other, something else, something wide and settled and without edges, holding the whole turning wheel of the night quietly at its unmoving, unmoved, ungraspable center. The shaman is gone from the courtyard now. The light there is doing whatever it does in the deep hours before morning, unwatched, uncounted, needing no one's eyes to keep happening. And somewhere close to you, in the dark behind your own closed eyes, something similar has already begun to settle, not towards sleep exactly, and not away from it either, but into that same wide hollow center, where such distinctions no longer seem to matter very much at all. Huzi returned to the courtyard for a 4th time. There was no announcement of this, no gathering of breath, no visible preparation. He simply came, the way morning comes, the way water settles after a stone has long since sunk and been forgotten. Liezi did not see him arrive. He only noticed at some point that his teacher was present again, and something in that noticing felt different from the 3 times before. The first face had been still as earth. The second had carried the first small movement of living breath beneath that stillness. The third had been neither one nor the other, wide and unfathomable, holding opposites the way a valley holds both the mountain's shadow and the sun. This 4th face was none of these, and it was not a 4th thing added to the other 3, the way a 4th season follows the 3rd. It was something that came before all of them, before the very first face was shown, before the courtyard, before the shaman's confident footsteps ever crossed its stones. The old accounts give it a name that resists easy carrying, something like the appearance of what has not yet come out into appearance at all. You can let that phrase move through you slowly, without trying to hold its edges too tightly. Not yet emerged, something that has not stepped forward into being seen. Something that remains folded, unshown, prior to shape itself, the way the shape of a coming day remains folded inside the dark hour before dawn, present already, but not yet anything you could point to and say, there, that is the day. Still, moving, unfathomable, and now not yet emerged. The four words are beginning to lose their separateness, the way stones in a riverbed lose their separateness under enough clear water. You do not need to hold each one apart from the others anymore. You can let them move together now, low and even, like a single long breath with four small places where the breath changes without ever actually stopping. Still moving, unfathomable, not yet emerged. Still moving, unfathomable, not yet emerged. Notice how your own body has been following this same descent without being told to. The stillness came first, somewhere in your shoulders, in the quiet weight of your hands. Then a small movement arrived beneath it. The key, the breath, rising and falling so gently that you almost missed it happening at all. Then something wider opened, some place in you that no longer distinguishes so sharply between tension and ease. And now, underneath even that, something else is beginning. Something that has not yet come forward enough to be named. You do not have to name it. You only have to let it keep not yet emerging the way it wants to. The old text says the shaman looked at this fourth face and could find nothing there to read. This is worth resting on for a moment, gently, without hurrying toward its meaning. A face that could not be read is not the same as a blank face or an empty one. Emptiness can still be seen. A bare wall, an unlit room, these are things the eye can rest on and describe. What Huzi showed was not empty in that way. It was something that had not yet arrived far enough into visibility to be seen at all. The way a word not yet spoken cannot be heard. The way tomorrow cannot yet be walked through. The shaman had built his whole life on reading what appears. Faces that come forward to be looked at. Fates that step forward out of the fog of the unknown and take a shape a trained eye can follow to its ending. He was very good at this. He had read faces the way a river reads the land it moves through, following every contour without hesitation, but he had never learned to read what has not yet come forward, because there is nothing there yet in the way he understood the word there. You do not need to understand this the way he needed to. You are not trying to master reading faces tonight, or predict an ending, or hold anything steady enough to name it correctly. You are only letting yourself rest in the same folded, unemerged place that Huzi showed him. The place before the face, before the shape, before the day has decided yet what kind of day it will be. Still, moving, unfathomable, not yet emerged. Say it over, slowly, the way water says the same low note again and again over the same smooth stone. The words are not trying to teach you anything new anymore. They are only keeping the descent going, the way a staircase keeps going down even after you've stopped counting the steps. The old writers who kept this account were careful with their brushes here. They did not describe what Huzi's fourth face looked like, because there was nothing exact enough to record. Where the first three faces had images, earth, breath, a wide, unfathomable balance, the fourth face has almost no image at all. Only the four words themselves, sitting quietly on the bamboo strip, doing the work that an image would otherwise have to do. This is itself a kind of teaching, though a very quiet one. Some things cannot be shown. They can only be pointed toward with a phrase and then left alone to do what they do in the space behind a phrase. Not yet emerged is one such phrase. It does not describe. It only points gently toward the dark hollow where something has not yet decided to come forward and be a thing. You may notice, if you let your attention rest very loosely on your own breathing right now, that each breath, before it becomes a breath you can feel moving through your chest, exists for one small unmarked moment as something not yet emerged. There is a pause, so brief it barely registers as a pause at all, where the next breath has not yet arrived, and the last one has already gone, and nothing at all is currently happening in the space where breathing usually happens. You do not need to find this pause on purpose. It finds itself over and over, every few seconds, all on its own, whether you are watching for it or not. That small unmarked gap is something like what Huzi was showing, not the breath before it, not the breath after, the quiet, formless hinge between them, where nothing yet exists to be looked at. Still, moving, unfathomable, not yet emerged. The courtyard in this telling has gone almost entirely quiet now. Jishan stands where he has stood through all 4 showings, though by now his footing has lost the confidence it carried when he first arrived. His eyes, which once moved so surely across a face and came away certain, move now without finding anywhere to land. He does not yet know that he is about to run. That comes next, in a part of the account that still remains to be told. For now he only stands there, looking at a teacher who has, in some sense that resists ordinary explaining, stopped being fully present to be looked at. Not because he has left the courtyard, not because his body has become invisible in any simple sense, but because whatever there was in him to read has folded itself back below the surface where seeing usually happens. You do not need to follow the shaman any further into his confusion tonight. You have already gone further than he was able to go, simply by resting here, unhurried, in the same 4th place he could not enter. Let the phrase settle over you once more, a little quieter than before. Still, moving, unfathomable, not yet emerged. It asks a little less of you than the last time. There is nothing left now to understand about it. There is only the shape of the phrase itself, moving through the dark behind your closed eyes, the way a slow current moves through still water, without disturbing the surface at all. Somewhere beneath your own ribs, something has been following this same descent all along, quietly, without needing your attention to keep doing it. The stillness settled first, then the small breath movement rose beneath it, then something wide opened that no longer needed you to sort it into categories. And now underneath even that wide opening, something else has begun. Something that has not yet come far enough forward to be named, and does not need to be. You do not have to help it along. It knows the way down already. Still, moving, unfathomable, not yet emerged. The courtyard holds its breath, if a courtyard can be said to hold anything. The shaman has not run yet, that is still to come. But something in him has already begun, without his noticing, to lean toward the door. The 4th face was not a face at all. And this is the part of the story that moves slowest, because there is nothing left in it to hurry toward. Jishan stood where he had stood 3 times before. He looked the way he had looked 3 times before. But looking did not work this time. Looking had nothing to hold on to. The text does not describe what he saw, because there was nothing to describe. Not stillness. Stillness has a shape. Earth has a texture. A shaman can press his hands together and name it drought or death or coming winter. Not the small movement of rising chi. That too can be watched, waited on, translated into a fortune whispered to a nervous father. Not even the great unfathomable balance of the 3rd face, vast as it was, because even vastness is still a kind of something, a shape too large to measure, but a shape nonetheless. This was smaller than all of those, and larger, at the same time, in the way that things become when they have not yet decided to be anything. You do not have to understand this with your thinking mind. Your body already understands it, in the place just behind your closed eyes, where the darkness there is not empty and not full, simply resting, undecided, unnamed. The old record says only this: the shaman looked and fled. 2 words in the old language. Wang Erzo. Looked and ran. No trembling first, no slow retreat, no polite excuse, no gathering of his robes with dignity. The text is almost embarrassed by how fast it happened, how little ceremony was left in a man who had built his entire life on reading what other men could not see. He had spent years learning the language of faces, the set of a jaw before a death, the dimness around the eyes before a long illness, the particular stillness of skin that meant nothing more would happen to this body ever again. He had built a whole vocabulary out of human surfaces, and it had never once failed him, not with farmers, not with generals, not with the trembling young women who came to him, wanting to know if their husbands would return from the border. And then he came to a face that had no vocabulary in it at all. Not a difficult face, not a complicated one, requiring more study, more patience, another visit next season. A face that simply did not offer itself to be read, the way a locked door does not refuse you and does not welcome you. It simply is not for you, an opening. He looked at where a person should have been standing, and there was something there, breathing, upright, present in the ordinary sense that a body takes up space in a courtyard. But whatever the shaman's eyes were built to catch, that thing was not offering. And so he ran. Notice, for a moment, the weight of your own hands, resting wherever they are resting now. Notice that no one is asking anything of them. They do not need to hold a cup steady, or turn a page, or reach toward the small lamp by the bed. They have been given permission, just for these minutes, to be nothing more than warm and heavy and still. The philosophers who kept this story, and it was kept for a very long time, passed hand to hand like something worn smooth by handling, were fond of a phrase that describes exactly what failed in the shaman that day. Mujibi, the blinding of the ears and the eyes. Not blindness as an injury, not blindness as a lack. Something closer to a kind of confidence that has quietly become a wall. The shaman's eyes were extraordinary. They truly were. The record does not mock his skill, does not suggest he was ever a fraud. He could see what other eyes missed entirely, the faint discoloration before a fever, the almost invisible slackness before a stroke. His ears could hear what a voice was not saying, could catch the tremor underneath a confident sentence. But an instrument built to catch surfaces will always, eventually, meet a depth it cannot enter. Not because the depth is hostile to it, only because the instrument was never made for that kind of seeing. This is the quiet cruelty and the quiet kindness of the story at once. His eyes had not failed him. They had simply reached the end of what eyes, however good, are able to do. And rather than stand at that edge and let it be an edge, rather than simply say, "Here is where my seeing stops, and that is all right," he ran. Running is what people do at the edge of their instruments, when they have built their whole sense of themselves around those instruments working. You do not have to run from anything tonight. There is no edge here that requires an answer. The dark behind your eyes is not a test you are failing to read correctly. It does not want a name from you. It is simply willing to stay dark, patiently, for as long as you need it to. The commentators who studied this passage over the centuries, and there were many, tucked away in quiet studies with ink drying slowly on their brushes, often lingered on one detail the story almost passes over. Huzi never moved. Huzi never spoke a single word during any of the four showings. All four faces, still, moving, vast, and this last one without a name, were shown from within one unmoving body sitting in one unmoving room. The change was never in what could be seen from outside. The change was only ever in what was happening in a place no eye could reach, no matter how skilled. This is perhaps the quietest teaching in the whole record. Mastery here is not a performance made larger and larger until an audience is dazzled toward something so undemonstrative, so without display, that eventually the only proof of it is that trained eyes can no longer find anything to grasp. The fourth face was not a trick played on the shaman. It was simply what a person looks like when they have stopped needing to be seen at all. Not in defiance, not in hiding, but the way still water at midnight looks like nothing more than more darkness, and is not troubled by that. Somewhere in your chest right now, something has already begun this same quiet withdrawal from being read. Your breath does not perform itself for anyone tonight. It does not need an audience of thoughts checking whether it is doing well. It simply continues, low and unhurried, the way it has continued since before you had language for it, the way it will go on continuing after your thinking has gone soft and unfocused, and finally quiet. The old text says the shaman ran out through the gate without pausing to bow, without the courtesy that had marked every other visit, and did not come back. Liezi, watching from just inside the doorway, is said to have understood something in that moment that no lecture could have given him. Not a lesson about faces, a lesson about the limits of every kind of looking, his own included. He went back inside afterward, the record says, and did not leave his teacher's side for 3 years. He cooked for the pigs as if they were people. He ground the millet by hand and asked no more about fate. Something in him had also begun quietly to stop needing to be read. You do not need to be read tonight either. Nothing behind your eyes is waiting for a verdict. The room around you does not require your attention to keep existing. The mattress beneath you does not require your weight to be justified. It simply holds what is given to it without asking why. Still, then moving, then wide and unfathomable, and now underneath all three, the fourth face, quietly declining to be seen by anyone at all, not even perhaps by you. It does not need your eyes to find it. It does not need your ears to hear it arriving. It is already here, the way it has been here the whole time you were listening, waiting patiently at the edge of every sentence for the sentences to finally stop mattering. The shaman ran because he could not see. You do not have to see anything. You only have to let the seeing go, slowly, the way a hand slowly opens when it finally understands there is nothing left it needs to hold. There is a descent tonight. 4 steps down. No stairs, no counting, only the going. The first step is stillness, still like earth, not the stillness of trying to be still, the stillness of ground that never once considered moving. Feel your body borrow that stillness now. Your shoulders are earth, your arms are earth, the shape of you settles the way soil settles after long rain, when the water has finally gone somewhere else, and the ground simply rests in what it now is. Still, still as earth. Nothing trembles here. Nothing needs to. This is blocked virtue. This is the first face. It looks like an ending to anyone reading it from outside. It is not an ending. It is only ground being ground. You can stay here as long as you like. There is no clock in this stillness. There is no shaman standing over you, deciding what your face means. Still like earth, still like earth. And now beneath that stillness, so far beneath it that it takes almost nothing to notice, something moves. Small, warm. This is the second step, moving like breath. Not a large movement, never a large movement, only the rise, and then the fall, and then the rise again, the way ki rises in a body that has stopped insisting on being read. Notice your own breath now, doing exactly this, without your help. It does not ask you to manage it. It has been moving like this since before you knew the word for breathing. And it will keep moving like this long after this sentence ends. Moving like breath. This is good from heaven. This is the second face. It confused the shaman because he was looking for death or he was looking for life. And this was neither one. Only motion, small and unclaimed, folding forward under stillness. You do not have to know what your breath means tonight. You only have to let it keep moving, the way it already is, the way it already was, long before this chapter began. Still like earth, moving like breath. 2 steps down, the third step is wider than the first 2. It does not have a shape you can hold in your hand. This is the great void, unfathomable. It is not still and it is not moving, or maybe it is both at once, so fully both that the difference stops meaning anything. Feel that widening now, somewhere behind your ribs, somewhere behind your closed eyes, a soft, unmeasured space the size of a held breath, the size of a held breath, the size of a held breath released into a room with no walls. You do not need to know the size of this room. The great void was never meant to be measured. It was only meant to be entered, the way water enters a lower place, without deciding to, without announcing that it has arrived. Unfathomable, wide, uncountable. The shaman fled here because there was nothing left in the face to read, no line, no pattern, no fixed thing waiting to be named and filed and predicted. There is nothing here to read in you either. Not tonight. Tonight the reading has stopped. Still like earth, moving like breath, wide like the unfathomable water beneath a mountain no one has fully mapped. 3 steps down. And now, quietly, without ceremony, without any change you could point to and call a change, the 4th step arrives, not yet emerged. This is the step with no shape at all. This is the face that does not offer itself to be seen. You are not disappearing. Nothing here is asking you to disappear. You are only settling past the place where seeing was ever required. The shaman looked and found no face to look at, and ran. You do not have to run from this. There is nowhere urgent to run to. There is only the soft absence of needing to be found. The way a stone at the bottom of a river is not hiding from the water. It is only resting where the water cannot reach it with its noise. Still, moving, unfathomable, gone. Say them again, slower this time. The way a hand loosens one finger at a time before it fully opens. Still like earth. No tremor, no need to be understood. Moving like breath. Small, warm, without effort, without asking permission to continue, unfathomable, wide, unmeasured beyond the shape of any single word, and gone, not lost, not ended, only no longer needing to be seen by anyone, including the part of you that has been narrating all of this the whole time. That part can rest now too. It has done its work. It brought you down 4 steps, the way an old teacher brings a student down 4 faces, patiently, without hurry, without once needing the student to admire the descent. You do not have to admire anything now. You only have to keep going the way you have already been going, still, then moving, then wide, then gone. The body you are wearing tonight does not require your attention to keep being a body. It is already still, in the places that were always going to be still. It is already moving, in the places that were always going to move. The slow tide of breath, the low tide of blood, going out and coming back, and going out again without your permission ever being asked. It is already wider than it appears, holding a stillness and a motion at once, unfathomable in the small, ordinary way that every sleeping body is unfathomable, every single night, without anyone noticing. And it is already, in the deepest place, beginning to be a face no one is reading. Not the shaman, not the mirror, not even you. There is nothing wrong with a face no one is reading. There is nothing wrong with a fate no one can classify tonight. Because classification belongs to the daylight, and the daylight has already gone. Still like earth, moving like breath, wide like water with no far shore, and gone, softly, without drama, the way a candle does not announce the moment it becomes only smoke. You do not have to notice which step you are on now. The going matters more than the naming of it. Let it go still. Let it go moving. Let it go wide. Let it go. Let it stay gone for a while without needing to be brought back too quickly. There is no hurry in this room. There was never any hurry in Huzi's courtyard either. Only a teacher, unbothered by time, showing one face and waiting, showing another face and waiting, never rushing the shaman toward understanding, because understanding was never the point. The point was only the descent, still, then moving, then wide, then gone. You can feel your own weight now, low against whatever holds you, the mattress, the cushion, the folded blanket, the floor of the world simply doing what floors have always done, which is to hold without asking questions. That weight is the first face, quietly repeating itself, still like earth, no tremor, no performance of stillness, only stillness itself, plain and unadorned, the way a stone by a river is not trying to be a stone, it only is one. Let your jaw be that kind of stone, let your hands be that kind of stone, resting wherever they have landed, not gripping, not offering themselves to be read by anyone. And underneath that stone stillness, the second face continues its small work, the way it always has, the way it will continue long after this sentence has faded from your attention. Breath rising, breath falling, not dramatic, not announced, only the oldest motion your body has ever practiced, older than any word you know, older than any name you are given, moving like breath, small, warm, unclaimed by anyone watching. If a shaman stood in the doorway of this room right now, he would see a body that looks still, and beneath it breath that moves, and beneath that something wider than either, something he would not know how to file into prediction, something that has stopped asking to be predicted at all. That widening is the third face arriving without needing an introduction. Feel it as a loosening behind the sternum, a soft unclenching somewhere in the chest, as if a hand that has been closed all day is finally allowing its fingers to drift open, one by one, without deciding to. Unfathomable does not mean far away. It means simply too wide to hold in a single thought, the way the sky is too wide to hold in a single glance, though you have never once needed to hold the whole sky to feel it above you. You do not need to hold the whole of this stillness either. You only need to rest inside it, the way a small boat rests on a wide, dark lake, not measuring the lake, not needing to know its depth, only floating, low and unhurried, on top of a stillness far older than the boat itself. Still, moving, unfathomable, and beneath all three, quiet, patient, unlit, the fourth face, the one that was never asking to be seen, the one the shaman could not find, no matter how carefully he searched the room. You do not have to search for it. It is not hiding on purpose. It has simply always been a part of you too deep for eyes, too soft for names, too gone already to be caught in any single word. Let the 4 steps blur now, the way footprints blur in soft new snow, one step folding into the next until the path itself is no longer countable. Still, moving, wide, gone. Still, moving, wide, gone. Say it no more than you need to. Let it become less like words and more like the shape your breath is already making, on its own, without your help, the way it has been making it the whole time you were listening. The room is very quiet now. There is nothing left to demonstrate, no face left to show. Somewhere behind you, if there were still a behind, a shaman is running through a doorway, unable to explain what he did not see. You do not have to explain anything. You are not being read tonight. No one is standing in the doorway of you, searching your stillness for a date, a shape, an ending. There is only breath, in and out, soft as old snow settling on a windowsill somewhere far from here. Huzi is resting now. Liezi has gone home to think, and will think for 3 years, and will come back changed, though no one will ever be able to say exactly how. You do not have to come back changed. You only have to stop holding the shape of yourself so tightly. Let it loosen. Let the last thread of listening loosen too. The earth face was still. You remember that one, low and patient, unfeeling in the gentlest sense of that word, the kind of unfeeling that is simply too full to move. That stillness lives in your shoulders now, if you let it. The heaven face stirred, just barely, like a breath under snow, like something turning over once in a very deep sleep. That stirring lives in your chest now, small and quiet, still going, still yours. The third face held everything at once, and let none of it show. The great pool, unreadable, unafraid, wide enough to hold both the sky's memory and the fish's memory in the same water. That wideness is behind your eyes now, or where your eyes would be if you were still using them for anything. You are not. Not for reading, not for searching, not even for opening. They are closed, and that is enough, and that is already the beginning of the fourth face, not yet emerged, not a hiding, not an absence exactly, only a shape so early, so soft, so close to its own beginning, that no one, not even a shaman who has read 1,000 faces in market towns up and down the river, could find an edge to hold on to. You do not need edges tonight. You have set them down already, somewhere between the third sentence and this one, without noticing exactly when. The scribes who copied this story onto bamboo strips have long since set down their brushes. The ink dried centuries ago, dried the way a river dries when its source finally rests, slow, without complaint, without announcement. No one is writing anymore. No one needs to. The story does not need an ending, because Huzi did not need to be seen finishing it. He simply stood in the fourth face, unwritten, unread, and the shaman ran. And that was the whole of it, and that is the whole of this too. Still, moving, wide, gone. You do not have to hold on to even that much. Let the words get smaller than words. Let them become only the small, warm weight of your own breath. Arriving, leaving, arriving, leaving, needing nothing from you but permission. You have already given it. Somewhere in this room, or in the dim shape of a room you are only half remembering now, a lamp has gone very low, not out, just low, the way a fire goes low near morning, the way a mountain goes quiet near midnight, the way a face goes still, just before it stops needing to be a face at all. Not yet emerged. Unseen. Gone. That is all there is now. That is enough. There is no more to search for. No shaman standing in a doorway, no face waiting to be shown, no name left that needs saying. Only the dark behind your eyes, wide and unmeasured, the way the third face was wide, except now there is no one left to be confused by it. You feel the weight of your own hands, resting somewhere you no longer need to locate exactly. You feel the slow drop of your shoulders, lower now than when this chapter began, lower than they have been in a very long while. The blanket, if there is one, has become simply warmth, without a name for warmth, without a word for blanket. That is how the fourth face felt too in its own quiet way, not an absence of things, only a forgetting of their edges, one by one, until the shape of them stopped mattering. The earth was still, and you were the earth for a moment. The breath moved, and you were the breath for a moment. The pool was wide, and held both memory and forgetting in the same water, and you were the pool for a moment. And now, only now, gently, without ceremony, you are the fourth face, not because you have arrived anywhere, because you have stopped needing to arrive. The candle in the old courtyard, if it was ever a candle, if it was ever a courtyard, has gone the color of a coal at the very end of the fire, that deep orange going toward gray, going toward nothing anyone would call a color at all. No one is watching it either. That is the mercy of it. No one is watching you. Not the shaman, not the teacher, not even the part of you that has been listening this whole time, because that part too is finally allowed to rest. Still, moving, wide, gone. Let the last of that be smaller than a whisper now, smaller than breath, smaller than anything that still needs to be heard. Not yet emerged, unseen, gone.